I gotta turn it up. I gotta turn it up. Let me fix it. It's so finagly. There. That should work. Okay. Um. Yeah, I think my USB ports were just acting up. I had to switch things around because everything was disconnecting. My mouse and my keyboard and my webcam and ugh, stupid computer. Computers are stupid. Fucking stupid. Played some Higurashi though. For Halloween. Dressed up as a vampire today because I'm a vampire for like every year since I graduated high school. Where's my water? Oh my gosh. And I have red contacts now. I got those last year for last year's vampire costume. And I'll have elf ears. Did not wear my elf ears at work today because I have to wear a head earpiece. And elf ears are not compatible with my earpiece. But nobody commented on my red contacts. Usually I have somebody comment on my red contacts. But nobody did. Wow. Lame. People did comment on my vampire fangs though. It's funny because I have a vampire like teeth mask that I wear like year round. So when they actually see me without the mask and I've got vampire teeth in, they're like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" And I'm like, I'm actually a vampire. I'm actually a vampire. Higurashi though, we're playing Higurashi. Oh, that's cool. Nope, it doesn't work. Okay. We ended chapter 9. We're going back in. Going back in to Hinamizawa. Where is Twitch? Here's Twitch. What new tips do we have? What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? And threat. Like, that does seem like a threat. What is a drug that makes you commit suicide?
単刀直入に自殺させる薬ってないんですか?
I know, Oishi-san mentioned there was a drug, but like I looked it up and it's just a muscle relaxer.
直接的にはない。
遠回しですね。では間接
There's
的にはあ
one
る
that
って
does
こ
it
とですか?
indirectly.
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできる。ちゅうことだ。
With medication? I mean, I know some side effects of like antidepressants or suicidal ideation.
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですかその自殺したくなる精神状態ってのは。
Right?
例えば一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。
Interesting. I don't have bipolar disorder, so I cannot say whether that is true or not. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. I guess we're taking a psychology lesson today. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive, depressive state accompanied by a very active manic state.
内向状態の時は自信を喪失し非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。
Okay.
自殺をする気力すらないからだ。
I wonder if they did research on this. They don't have the willpower to commit suicide. I don't know about that.
逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。
Nor does mating on its own lead to suicide.
今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので、 自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
Okay.
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
I mean, I guess.
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。
Oh, I was gonna
だが
say, yeah.
外向状態が始まると徐々に気力が充実し、体の自由が利くようになってくる。
That makes
な
sense.
るほど。つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
そういうことじゃのう。だからこの時期に変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃ
Oh my
な。
god.
では、富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道
Civilized
具を使用して
means.
な。
Yeah, Tomitake clawed out his own throat.
自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。
It was not.
ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態を起こす薬ってのを教えてください。
I mean, he was ganged up on, apparently, by a bunch of people, beaten, and then started clawing out his own throat. I don't know.
鎮痛薬の一部には心理を内向から外向に過剰転換させる効果があると報告されとる。
Did they just give him a whole bunch of meth? Bath salts. It's bath salts.
それから催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも異常行動が報告されとるが、あまり一般的ではないの。
I wonder if it was, maybe it was both.
その2つは検視の報告だと違うみたいですね。他の可能性は？
Yeah, I thought his toxicology report came back clean.
あとは病気しか考えられん。甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だがそれらは概して特徴的な症状が多い。
Right?
仏は違うの。
The deceased exhibited none of
も
them.
っと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
他にはそうじゃな、脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。
I mean, I guess if you're like beaten, would that be like, I mean, that's a physical injury.
これは薬物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷や一部の病気なんかでも起こる。
If he was beaten hard enough, he would have encephalitis or stroke.
つまり薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性があると。
仏は犯人に囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ。
Yeah, that's right.
極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、さらに打ちどころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり自虐行動に走った可能性もあるかもしれんの。
Yeah, stress, and he could have hit his head. I mean, if he was beaten, I imagine he's got head trauma.
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
God, Oishi-san, how did you become a police officer? You're the worst.
つまり乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけて、それで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
Oh my god, this is not
じゃあ
funny.
星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったらたまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。
Why are you laughing? The two plump men laughed hoarsely.
なんてわけはありませんね。
いかにも薬物の常用にせよ精神的なものにせよ、
Habitual
仏の身元
drug
が
use.
鍵を握っとるぞい。
あら、こんな時間そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
Kuma-chan.
おお、頑張れよ。いいお年をの。
いいお年を。
I hope this is not how the police actually investigate crimes. My god. I mean, I guess if you don't laugh, you cry.
おや今の皆さんは確か
議員バッジが2人いたっすね。
Oh, this must be Kuma-kun. Or Kuma-chan? What did he say? National Diet?
じゃあ県議と市議の園崎だ。
The Sonozakis came to... Are they... Oh, the title of this tip is threat. Are they threatening the police?
面白いっすね。親戚同士で県議と市議やってんすか。
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で慈善運動バンバン。片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。堂々と。
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
慈善運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クーマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。公選法くらいは勉強してください。
So now we're getting into the politics of Hinamizawa?
俺、知能犯化は無理っす。バカですから。
Aw. He's stupid. There was a prefectural assembly. Oh my god. Assembly member Sonozaki and a city councilor Sonozaki. Are they related? Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. Also, oh, they're all influenced by Sonozaki family. Mion and Shion are pretty powerful then, I guess. What crap.
お見送りしてんのは副所長とうちの課長っすね。
It came to me. It came to me. What? That night, when the department chief invited me along to get some oden, I thought that was it.
大石さんは友達多いから聞いてるかもしれないけど、聞いてるかな。
いえ、何も。
お母さん、ガモにはんぺん頼みます。所長のとこに議員の怒鳴り込みがあったんだよ。
Oh, they went to the police chief angry?
あれま、そうなんですか。あ、お母さん、私にもう一杯ください。
Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. They're trying to intimidate the police. Don't the police have guns? I mean, maybe police don't have guns in Japan. I don't know. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. Shit, it's the mafia.
ひなみ沢事件の捜査の仕方で君を指名して陳情してきたよ。
A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation... Oh, they're gonna be like...
ありゃ、私はてはて。
intimidating about the murders going on.
とぼけるなよ。例のひなみ沢の過去の事件。
Someone's digging into where they don't want them to.
蒸し返してるだろ。
私、富武殺しで手一杯でそんな余裕ないですよ。ね。
本当に？本当にそうならいいんだけどさ。
Trying to pretend that he doesn't think Tomitake's death is related to all the other deaths? There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink.
いやー、ごちそうになっちゃいました。今月は負けっぱなしだったんで財布つらかったんですよ。助かりました。
Oh, someone else is paying for his food.
いや、いいよ。また馬教えてよ。
Tell me a good horse again? What does that mean?
大石さんと同じ馬を買うか
I'll
ら。
bet, oh, I guess they bet on horse races. Is horse racing really popular in Japan? I know there's that like gotcha game that's like horse racing, except it's like horse girls.
馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー
Haven't haven't been able to read the horses at all. I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Why? Can't blow it right before retirement with it. Oh, he's drunk. He's drunk. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address.
ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
They're
大
drunk.
石さん、
はいはい。
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。
Stop lumping them together. The Sonozakis are gonna take you out, sir!
村の連中は半ば本気でタタリを信じてるんだから。
私だってタタリなんか信じちゃいませんよ。
We got a serial killer on our hands.
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。退職金でローン返してお母さんと北海道に引っ越すんじゃなかったっけ？
Oh, that sounds nice.
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。最後のご奉公なんです。退職金はまあすすきので楽しむことにします。
Like, if Oyashiro-sama kills you, or the Sonozaki family kills you, you can't enjoy your retirement dead.
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
A public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Oh, that's nice. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable. God, somebody just said that was nice. It's nice to the people retiring. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant.
さすがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。でもまあ私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えばまあ時代の流れですかね。
It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway.
僕も模範的なこととは思わないよ。でもまあ大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきた。僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
もらえるよ。大石さんが大人なら。
Yeah, they want you to stop digging into this.
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。
I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. So I guess the department chief is different from, like, the chief of police? I don't know. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh my god, he's too close. I don't like this. He's too close. He's too close to me.
ローン返済できるかな。
Oh no, he's broke. God, that's creepy. He's creepy. Okay. We just, we got to the point where Keiichi found a needle in the ohagi. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door. Shit, who's on the other side? It was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Keiichi-kun. Oh, it's his mother. I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Oh, yeah, he's having a bad dream.
何ケイチどうしたの
あ、ごめん、
What time is it?
寝ぼけてた。
Oh, he's been dreaming about Rena staying by his outside of his room. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up, and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
どうケイチ体の調子はどう
He stayed home sick yesterday.
学校行けそう
I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. And swallowing a needle would be terrible. I would not like that at all. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
ちゃんと病院は行った
Yeah, he went to the hospital
お薬
yesterday.
は飲んだの
うん、まあ一応。
Kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
一度生活のリズムを崩すとなかなか戻らないんだから
Go to school, Keiichi.
そら起きて起きて病は気からって言うのよ
Wellness is a state of mind. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than
さ
anyone.
さ顔洗ってらっしゃいご飯はもうできてるわよもうレナちゃんが来るまであんまり時間がないわよ
I don't want her to come and get me. I don't want her to come and get me. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day.
そうそう今の壁にぼたもちを投げつけたのはケイチ
Oh, shit, I forgot about that. He did. He threw the ohagi at the wall.
ダメよあんなことしちゃお父さん怒ってたわよ
I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. Yeah, she didn't tell her that you found a needle in the ohagi that Rena and Mion gave you? She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, "I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow," came back and dwindled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? Keiichi, you're gonna end up murdered. All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would, almost creepily, just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living as normal. I don't know if I'd be able to keep living as normal if I found out that my friends are murderers.
そんな虫のいい話あるわけ?
I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broke some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. He's like gaslighting himself. He's like trying to convince himself that Mion's just a friend. She's a good friend. She's a good person. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Friends shouldn't do this to friends. They shouldn't.
Keiichi! ご飯冷めちゃうわよ。
Go eat.
急いで降りてらっしゃい。早くしないとレナちゃんが来ちゃうわよ。
I don't want to see Rena. I don't want to see her.
あ、今行くよ。
I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Oh, the ohagi, the bean paste on the wall, is gone. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes, because she's literally like stalking me. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Has it really been only 2 days since Tomitake-san was murdered? Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Today, of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Shit, is that her? I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
ほら、レナちゃん来ちゃったわよ。
Please don't make me go with her.
急いで急いで。
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side, was it the Rena I knew? Or was it crazy-eyed Rena? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual.
Ohayo!
Ohayo! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
ケイチ君、遅かったから来てみたけど、今日はどうかな？かな？
The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. Yeah, she doesn't have her crazy eyes. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday, pretend as if nothing bad had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Rena and Mion are scary. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure.
学校行けそう？
Is she gonna go crazy on me?
あ、大丈夫だよ。
よかった。じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
Great. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Oh, I thought they were gonna kind of jump scare me a
な
little
のに
bit.
さとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで？
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。はかいかったんだよ。
Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense. So I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us.
あれ？ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん。今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？
We are a little late, I'm sorry.
ミオンちゃん、先に行くって言ってたわよ。
Oh, Mion left us?
ああ、みーちゃん怒ってるかな？怒ってるかな？早く行こう、ケイチくん。
Yeah, let's go. Let's get this over with. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Nena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
あ、ケイチくん笑った。
なんだよ。
Oh, he's been a grumpy. Rena stopped and stared at me.
ケイチくん、今朝もなんか元気なかったからまだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど大丈夫みたいだね。だね。
Yep. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Yep, you just made up the murder. You just made it all up. I really hoped that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in these past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night, I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for this in these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. This sounds like an abusive relationship. Like, this really, like, his relationship with his friends sounds like an abusive relationship. He needs to exit this friendship.
で、ケイチくん、
Is she gonna... Oh.
昨日のおはぎちゃんと食べてくれた？
Oh no! Oh no! She didn't forget. It wasn't just all in my head. Oh. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, "Did you get the message?" She was probably trying to convey that.
圭一君
I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maebara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. If he's thinking all of this in his head, this conversation is not flowing naturally. It reminds me of like a scene in Bob's Burgers. Fucking Bob's Burgers. I relate everything to Bob's Burgers. Where Tina is with Josh and at his dance recital. Yeah. I had to say something quickly. Rena playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked out something. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
そうなんだ。
そうなんだ。
で、全部食べたのかなかな
Did I eat? Oh, did she just ask me if I ate the mochi? She didn't ask if I ate all of them before, or is she repeating herself? My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here.
いや、全部は食べきれなかったからさ。まだ残ってるんだよ。
Oh, she's gonna tell me I better eat them all. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
あれれどれがレナが作ったのか当てる宿題はどうなっちゃったのかな
Oh, I could tell which one you made, Rena.
あの宿題って今日までだったっけ
Oh my god, Keiichi-kun, you are terrible.
うん、今日までなんだよ。
You're getting yourself into more trouble, Keiichi-kun.
みーちゃん怒るよ。きっと罰ゲームだね。
Yep. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena.
嘘だ
Don't yell at me! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. It was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he?
実は調べてみたら竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に
Oh, that's right,
学
she
校で
was.
謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
She busted all the windows at her school.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Yep. crazy-eyed Rena. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. It was some sudden outburst. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows, all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash, walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rena smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rena tread across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forgot to even breathe. I wondered what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. What would I do if, like, one of my classmates was just going around with a bat breaking windows? My school didn't have a lot of windows, but if they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whomever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. She would have whacked him with a bat. Meaning, I would, be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? Keiji-kun's going into psychosis. I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. Oh, she's beating me. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out? But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. Is Rena just standing there watching us, having this internal monologue like psychosis? Like, oh my god.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテにレナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。
She mentions Oyashiro-sama.
その中に出てくるんですよ。
It shows up.
結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。
Oyashiro-sama.
おやしろ様って単語が。
Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama.
おやしろ様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、
Like a ghost.
夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. But it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did? Was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? He can possess people now? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not some curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. So there's no winning. There's no winning. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange, like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists? Or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. That's the way to think, Keiichi-kun. Don't let this kill ya. As if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. And she's still standing there. She's standing there watching us just... Oh my god.
さっきから変な顔してる。
Making a really weird face.
なんでだろう。
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Oh, so he's not just been standing there, like, spacing out and disassociating. He's been walking with her, okay. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. This is Satoko's doing. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
ずる休みのケイチさんにはお似合いですことよ。
Satoko. Do I feel bad for her though? Because like her mom and dad and brother are all like dead or missing.
ケイチもレナもおはようございますです。
Ohayo.
おはよう。さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
何なんですの？
Right?
張り合いがありませんわ。
She wants me to pick on her?
ケイチ、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
I'm not.
だから今日は加減してあげてね。
Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Oh, I gotta stretch and hydrate. I was hydrating. Let's hydrate some more. Haven't been drinking enough today. Water, water, water.
よっケイちゃん、しっかり休んできた？
It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday.
ああ、おはよ
なんだなんだ、ずいぶんと覇気のない挨拶じゃん。差し入れのおはぎちゃんと食べてくれなかったの？
She brought it up too. I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out.
う。やっぱ食欲がなくてさ。いくつかは食べたけど、だいぶ残しちゃったんだ。
あれ、じゃあ宿題は？どれがレナの手作りかってのの回答は？
I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer.
ケイチくん宿題忘れなんだって。
Oh, they're gonna punish me. It's gonna be bad.
ありゃー。じゃあ仕方ないね。罰ゲーム。ヒヒヒヒヒ。
Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. She pretty. I want to know what my punishment is going to be. Is he going to be like, I don't want to play your games anymore? This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. He's going crazy. He's driving himself crazy. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maebara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour? She was, probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard it from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? He's having a freaking argument with himself. He's arguing with himself. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She...
いい加減にしろよ、前原圭一。お前、命を狙われてるって自覚あるのかよ。
Oh, Keiichi-kun, you're going crazy. You're spiraling. You're spiraling, Keiichi-kun. I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such a hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right?
甘えるな、圭一。
Oh my god, he's saying this out loud again! This time, I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon? The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would have probably happily jumped into that circle.
あらあら、ケイチさん。帰り支度とはあんまりですことよ。
I'm not gonna play your games today! The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt.
あれ、ケイチくん、今日は都合悪いのかな
It's not a good day.
今日こそ二人で大勝利。はあ。
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Maybe, I don't know. I just think he's kind of incompetent as a police officer, but I don't think he's lying to you. Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face.
ケイチくん
Can you imagine? You're just standing there and you're like, oh, you don't want to play games today? You're not feeling too good? And like your friend just kind of stands there thinking to himself and then slaps himself. Like, Keiichi is like, oh, is this a crash out? Yeah. Was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me if it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Ugh. Yet another weak-willed thought. Is he gonna slap himself again? How did I ever become this naive?
大丈夫？頭痛いの？
Apparently. Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
顔色悪いよ。
I'm pale.
一人で帰れる？
I can't. I mean, I can. I can make it home by myself. I don't need you to walk me home.
送ってった方がいいかな？
Please
こ
don't.
の
Please don't follow me home.
いやいいごめん一人で帰れる
Bye. I can get home by myself.
部活はみんなでやってくれよ
He sounds real down. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。
圭一さんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの？
I don't.
情けないですわね。
I am. I'm pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Oh, it's Rika.
圭一、具合悪そうです。
I'm sick.
かわいそうですよ。
Very sick. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder.
ごめんな
Bye, sorry,
みん
bye.
なじゃあ
That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete. My naivete? Is that how you pronounce that? While another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two along with my body. If this was what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse. But I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So, seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. I don't think that's how curses work. I don't think that's how it works. Dinner was unusually bland. This is the second meal he's had that's bland. It had no flavor or aroma. He is really slipping into his psychosis. He is going off the deep end. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Artists, man. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant that he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump.
とにかく作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ彼は。
Artists, they're so misunderstood.
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ？
Oh, it's just a verbal agreement?
そんなに反りが合わないならきっぱりお断りしたら？
Right?
助け合いの世界だからお互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
Oh. Okay. I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. He's just spiraling. He's spiraling. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends. But I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove, they were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that had happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maebara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they don't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think of it about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now, to get out of it, I had to rely on him, meaning it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough, and tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa, so if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something. I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived.
よし、少し見えてきたぞ。
Oh my god, is he saying this out loud at dinner? I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. Oh my god, Keiichi-kun. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remembered there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or a memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. He's spiraling. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear of my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. Keiichi-kun, you are delusional. You are losing it. You are losing your mind. Oh my gosh. I need more water. You're being delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note to the back of it with Scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah. It didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in.
あ、話中ごめん。ちょっと聞いてもらっていいかな。
Oh. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me.
どうしたの、ケイチ？
お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。その、もしもだよ。
圭一、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。
Oh.
お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request.
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
If I die! Just in case if I die! If my son came up to me, I mean, I don't have a son. If I had a son, and he came up to me and said, just in case if I die, both my parents' eyes went wide as saucers.
死んだらさ、俺の部屋にある時計、あれを棺に入れてほしいんだ。
I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. I want to be buried with my... I want to be buried with my clock, Mom and Dad. Bury me with my clock. Oh my God. If my son, like my teen, if I had a teenage son and he came up to me, it was like, if I die, bury me with my clock. I don't know what I'd do. Like, how do you react to that as a parent? My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them.
あの時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。
I made that clock in shop class, and I really like it.
頼むよ。
どうしたの、ケイチ？何かあったの？
Right? You're acting weird, son. Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my... Oh my God.
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に行きたいから、もう寝るよ。
I would be really worried. I'd be like, do I need to
おやすみ。
take my kid to the hospital? Is he suicidal? Like, what? Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Is this the end of the chapter? I think this is the end of the chapter. Yep. Not feeling so hot. Yeah, let's see. View new tips. Not feeling so hot.
最近圭一くんの元気がないね。機嫌が悪いのかな。
さーてどうしたんだろうね。恋の
Maybe
病にで
he's
も
on
かかって
his
るんじゃないの？
period. Mion.
みーちゃん、それ飛躍しすぎ。
That's how they write that. I would, if I was to say that, yuck 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 yuck. That's like a goofy laughter. Yuck 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 yuck.
どう思う？
さあね。ケイちゃんひょっとしてかな。
わかんない。
あの日ケイちゃんと車で話してたの中年のでっぷりした男だったんでしょ。
うん、間違いない。
大石のやつケイちゃんに何を吹き込んでるのかな。
真剣そうだったよ。圭一くんは顔面蒼白だった。
あのね、レナはよく知らないだろうけど、実はあいつお社様の使いなんだよ。
Oh shit! What? Oishi-san's the messenger of Oyashiro-sama?
何の話？
あいつが現れるとね、必ず鬼隠しが起こるの。
I don't think so.
本当だよ。
本当だよ。
あれ？そうなの？
おととしリカちゃんのお母さんが受水したでしょ。その直前に大石が尋問してたんだよ。
Why?
そういえばサトシくんが転校する前にもいたね。
転校？レナはいいやつだよな。
で、今度は圭一くんの前に現れたんだ。じゃあ圭一くんも鬼隠しになっちゃう？
Demoned away. An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted. Are they laughing? Huh. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta get up. I gotta move. I've been sitting here for like an hour and a half. I gotta get up and move for a little bit. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. We're gonna start the next chapter. This should be chapter 11. Yes, this will be chapter 11. We got 2 more to go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Continue. Okay. This was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Interesting. That's interesting. It's an interesting way to do that. Interesting. Okay. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her
あら
slumber.
ケイチ、今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being just the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone.
今日はいいよ。
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれお昼代ね。ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket.
こんなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
いや、俺だけ。
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
I have no reason to tell her every little detail. Now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face.
レナが来たら、ケイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイチ、待ちなさい。
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. God, you're kind of being a jerk. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. They're not gonna like this. They're not gonna like that I'm going to school by myself. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rita wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイチくん。今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other.
今朝は早くに目が覚めちゃったので気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
I threw out a random excuse.
レナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep. A car horn blared out from nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in a silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Kasplash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by a car, I was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising up from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly.
待てよクソ！これってひき逃げって言うんじゃねえのかよ！
I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace for being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよ！ちくしょう！
Oh, he's angry. Shit. I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side and had become so narrow that only one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Alright, Keiichi, are you sure about that? You sure about that, Keiichi-kun? I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at the school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. It was as if it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete was whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of an emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beat up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker, that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If it smells like mold, like, what? Like, how long is the student... I mean, yuck. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. If it smells of mold, I don't think it's been touched in a while. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko.
おはようございますです。
Oh, good morning.
あらあらあら、今朝はお早いですわね、ケイチさん。
I nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back.
なんなんですの、その身なりは。
ああ、
I
ま
had a
あちょ
little
っとあってな。
incident.
すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
Yeah, right. Cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Just right there, right out in the open. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to.
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
Right?
着替えをじーっと見てるレディもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
They don't have a changing room, but they got gym clothes? As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Rika-chan! Rika-chan, are you a pervert?
リカちゃんもレディなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
Is she gonna say I'm not a lady?
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
Yup. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes.
じゃあリカちゃんも今からレディだ。
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
ケイチは野球を始めますですか？
Shit, did she notice? It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
He's gonna go arm day, all day, every day.
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more.
そのバットなくさないでくださいねです。
Why? It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. Why is the clock hidden behind the curtain? I still had plenty of time before class began, because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. Yeah, Keiichi, you're spiraling. You're spiraling. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around should deter any attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. Those are some fast swings.
あれケイちゃんまだ何やってんの
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
ああ、ケイチくん、野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
It was Rena and Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。
Right? I'm joining the baseball team.
素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。
For the championship!
別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
Beer belly. Keiichi-kun. I cannot with you.
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
もちもちでタプタプ。
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
Right? Please don't imagine weird things. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。
What is a southpaw? I don't know. Baseball. I don't know baseball. I don't know what that means.
頑張ってね。
Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. I mean, that's what you wanted to do, right? Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher in a short burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
くそ！何笑ってんだよ、俺！
Oh my god, Keiichi, please. I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bats stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. You're going crazy, Keiichi. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault.
前原圭一のバカ野郎！だから！
Are your friends still standing right there? I don't remember you saying they walked off. I yelled out, drawing out all of the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air.
甘えるんじゃねえ！
You are crashing out, Keiichi. You are crashing out. As I screamed out with all of my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Keiichi-kun, you are being a little... I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I could say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
Keiichi-kun!
Hi.
やろうやろ
I don't want to play your fucking games, Rena.
う部活の時間なんだよ。だよ
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
ほらほらケイちゃんぼーっとしない机を寄せて寄せて
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time. It was happy fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now.
なんだよケイちゃん今日も直帰なわけ
Yep. Mion sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rena was the first one who cut through the heavy mood.
ケイイチくん、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかなかな
She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that it could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place.
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. Are you just hearing things? I would not be surprised if Keiichi was just hearing things. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. He is absolutely spiraling into a mental health crisis. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of the tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it.
Oi! いるんだろそこに!
With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Are you hallucinating? Are you hallucinating all this? Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves.
分かってんだよ! そこにいるのはよ!
I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. Keiichi-kun, what are you doing? You're an idiot. With all due diligence, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal.
Lena!
When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word.
なんか俺に用かよ!
I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
別にその
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me.
部活はどうしたんだよ?
圭一君がお休みしたからレナもお休み。
関係ないだろ! 俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ!
だって圭一君のこと心配で。
Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. It is absolutely strange, Keiichi. You are going through it. You are going through something. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me.
もうついてくんなよ。
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again. So I yelled at her once more.
ついてくるなって言ってるだろ。
だってレナの家も同じ方向だし。
じゃあレナが先を歩けよ。レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
Keiichi-kun. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナはケイチ君と一緒に帰りたいな。
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside.
分かったならほら、行けよ。
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again.
早く行けよ、早く。
Excuse me.
行くから。そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, The air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Oh my god, my dogs are going crazy. I think maybe trick-or-treaters are starting to come around. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looked like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Let me close my window real quick. Let me close my window real quick. Okay, window closed. Too shy to even turn around, Brenda squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled.
なんだよ。
あのね、どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。
That's right, I didn't.
どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。
Don't be so mean.
俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
He keeps telling himself like that he wants to act kind of normal, and then he like does shit like this. Not necessarily just not carrying around a bat. I mean, whatever. But like, he's just a jerk to all of his friends.
だって圭一君、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting kind of tired of answering her.
突然野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
Is that so weird? Ugh.
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。
Just suddenly wanted to play baseball. Jeez.
素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
ケイチ君。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。
You too? Why you too? What? What?
俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。
Is she gonna ask him where he got the bat?
早く行けよ。
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
What? The same as what? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前、何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
Oh shit, is this Satoshi-kun's bat? Is this his bat? Was that his baseball uniform?
サトシってえ？
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだね。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
That's not it? The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
Oh shit! Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
Oh damn.
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを
she's getting real upset. She's getting upset.
そしてね、ある日突然
Then one day he suddenly... What? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I had forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然、サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Do I want to know? I don't know if I want to know. With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね。
Shit! It's a jump scare! Look at those eyes. She's crazy.
ケイチ君。
It was that person I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Ren of Yugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. That's so creepy. This description of her mouth being like carved into her face, and oh, it's good.
言ったよね。ケイチ君。
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred, meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was not previously aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She's back to normal. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now it was useless to me. I was caught like a fly in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね、ケイチ君は。
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What did she not want me to do?
転校。
Creepy, not Rena. Creepy, creepy, creepy. She gonna eat me. She gonna eat me. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi. Had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he grabbed a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at whatever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be in my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space, all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way that you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right. I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything.
どなたですか?
I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There was no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. It is all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Keiichi-kun, you are hallucinating so bad. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Keiichi, you are going crazy. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in, and I screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. He is going crazy. Going fucking crazy. Yep. My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. It had only feigned retreat and was now inside had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. Oh my god, Keiichi, this is all in your head. Like, is this all in his head? I think maybe a combination of real life things and him being too in his head? I don't know. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest: exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. Would you say he's composed? I don't think so. I don't think he's composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamed up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomena known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, But as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. He's just going around in fucking circles. He's been going around in fucking circles for the last 2 hours. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. You are losing it. You've lost the plot, KG. You are out in left field. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, I gotta drink something. You're driving me to drink, Keiichi-kun. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma. I like that word, trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Keiichi-kun. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、前原です。
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
It's Mommy! I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ？
There's still a lot of them. Instant noodles! The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. Is pork bone and ginger a strong flavor?
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
ケイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
Oh shit, they're not gonna be home. I'm gonna be home alone. Right? Oh my god!
今から
This was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。
Shit!
お昼には出発してたからね。
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
圭一もお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Uh-oh. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Uh-oh. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism.
でもそんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
圭一、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね。
Right? Don't be a dick, Keiichi.
とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。
Shit.
圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
This is the last time I'm gonna talk to my mom. They're gonna kill me tonight. I'm gonna be killed. They're gonna murder me.
別に死にゃしないよ。
Keiichi-kun, don't say things like that. It's, you're gonna get proven wrong. That's what happens.
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。
ダメよ。
心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I supposed they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least, not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。
I won't die, Mom! I won't die!
俺は
I won't.
あがいてでも生
I'll
き延びる。
survive. Even if I have to gnaw my leg off!
そう。じゃあね。明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。
Okay.
お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
Yeah.
へいへい。そんじゃ。
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance, so it never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on this series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First, I ran into the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. He is like panicking. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freak out was also kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom came back and scolded me. I remembered there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Who the fuck is blowing up my phone?
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん？
What?
お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら？
今ちょっといないんですけど。
You idiot, Keiichi Maebara! Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. Keiichi-kun!
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't a good response either. You're the worst. Keiichi, you are the fucking worst. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call them when she comes back.
なら結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
失礼します. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with a phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
I stopped announcing this was the Maebara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted.
どうも、夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Oh, it's Oishi-san.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか？
前原さんですか？こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
お待たせしました。
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for a lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし
Just taking too long to respond.
聞こえてますか、前原さん。
すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。
I don't know, did it?
お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
I got a bit worried.
特には。
The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that had happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
Oh dang, he's admitting it.
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。
Oh shit, that's evidence?
脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
Did he save it? That's right. That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it still may be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. but even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle. Oh my god, I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Just slapping it. Just slapping it. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this. But it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. Then I did, just write on a note on the refrigerator. Was there a needle? What the fuck? You're not thinking, Keiichi. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか?
It did not go.
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。
Yep, it would be great if you could find it.
保管しておいてくださいね。
Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about it this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか?
I don't even think he looked for it.
こちらでも探してみます。
Damn! I mean, he's just a high schooler. Shouldn't expect him to know about these things. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。
He sounds like it is something to fret about, though.
疲れかければ気も動転します。
I mean, that's true.
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
あと、レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか?
What Rena had said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
サトシ。そ
れは具体的にどういうことですか?
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか? 具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか?
She said I would transfer.
転校と。
転校？
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he actually had dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect? No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if it would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now. Because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Did his doorbell ring? Was that his doorbell?
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。
There it was again.
隠さないでくださいね。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena. About what happened at her previous school.
実はレナの
I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in. Oh my god, my dog is going freaking crazy. All the people coming over. All I can hear is his barking. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
もしもし、前原さん？
あ、すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
That would be a problem.
あ、いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
あ はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the floor. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. Hang on, let me, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully, my dog won't bark. I have him in my room now. Okay. All right. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
レナ。
There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さーてね。 おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
Oh, she's got the crazy eyes.
レナ一人。
うん。
It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the
何しに来た
situation
ん
at
だよ。
ねえ圭一君、ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。
No thanks.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな？
No. No thanks. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But...
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
Rena looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
さ圭一君、ご飯食べた？
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
いや、まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Nana held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
Miso sounds so good.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。
Yeah.
圭一君、そういうの嫌いかな。
There's no way I wouldn't like that. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Pickles. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. They'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
それからね、それからね。
But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self, who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Nena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Nena did say that she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. That's black and white. Why did they change it to black and white? This happy Rena was speaking of this charming dinner. This happy Rena, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she had brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not, but there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Are you overthinking it?
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
え？そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その。
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でも、ちょっとはおかずになると思うな。思うな。
悪いけど、間に合ってるよ。うちのおふくろってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
え？おかず、あるの
？With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling that I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。何を作ったのかな。
いや、別に俺が。
Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？おかず。ケイチ君が？
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。おふくろが作った。いや、作ってるんだよ。今。だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Oh man. Nana fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
ケイチ君のお夕飯当ててみようか？
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯、お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのおふくろのスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満館全席状態ですごいのなんの。
Now you're being a little bit over the top, KG. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Nena showed no reaction whatsoever to even to that silliness.
ケイチ君、本当にお母さん、ご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
Nena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
ねえ、ケイチ君。
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
お母さん、お家にいるのかな？
I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare.
どうして？
No!
何のことかな？
I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？
Rena. I don't like it. I don't like it.
嘘なんか？
I'm not lying.
嘘だよね。
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Brenna's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Brenna and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd consider a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
圭一くんのお夕飯当てるよ。
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way that she'd be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was
カップ
instant?
ラーメン当たりでしょ。
That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles. After all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。
Oh, I'm gonna be so full with just noodles.
ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This was just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist. Do I like them? Do I like them?
ラーメンがかよ。
豚骨生姜味。
What was that? What was that? Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて。
Yeah, what did she say?
何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
What? How did she know? How did she know? I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank, until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに勝った。まとめて勝った。 俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。
なんでかな。
不思議だね。だね。
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる。
Right?
なぜ知ってる。
How?
答えろ。
買ったのはセブンスマート。
My God.
だよね。
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
だからなんでわかるんだよ。
圭一君の後ろずっとくっついてたから。
What? What?
何を言ってんだよ。
I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
だからレナが圭一君の後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
Oh, yeah, just a little chuckle after that. Just a chuckle. Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me. Standing there. Just like that?
圭一君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたの。
What a freakazoid!
いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一君大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。
The little star right there.
レナも好きだよ。豚骨ラーメン。
Tonkatsu ramen.
でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
だから圭一君ここを開けて。 レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。
No, no.
きっと美味しいからね。
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて圭一君。
帰ってくれ。
Yeah, leave. Please leave.
頼むから帰ってくれ。
Get out of here.
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。 かな。
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
痛いよ、圭一くん。痛い。
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back.
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
I kept on pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that was why the door wasn't closing. Hello, hello. This is the first chapter. This is the first chapter that we are playing through right now. I'm really close to the end.
本当に痛いの、圭一くん。悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I'd trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. I've only watched the anime. I've never actually played the game. This is my first time playing through the game. And I have watched the anime, but it has been like a decade at least since I watched the anime. I need to rewatch it. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。圭一くん。ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。圭一くん。
Why does she want me to open the door again? Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. I didn't know it came out on the DS. I've always had it on Steam as when I got it originally. Got it on Steam. I don't even know how long ago. At least the first one was like free to play on Steam. I think it still is. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager pleas hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far from Rena as possible. How far can you get inside of your own house? 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. Oh yeah! Oh my god, I completely forgot! He's on the phone! He's been on the phone with Oishi-san! There was something in my bed? It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Man, that felt like it took forever. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second, every second, as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん。お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
Okay. It became apparent that the amount of time had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか?
Did she come to play? She came to kill me! She came to kill me! She came over to kill me! I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I had asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this that I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
竜宮レナさんのことですか？
Yeah, tell me about her.
調べましたよ。
Okay.
まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん。
I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it.
Ryu Lena は怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
The manner in which Oichi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
I mean, it's just, yeah, circumstantial. It's like just you, what you're experiencing. Like, there's no proof of it.
そうですか。
I don't know if is Keiichi an unreliable narrator? Is he hallucinating all this? Is he like, I don't know. I could tell, even over the phone, how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
大石さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. Is Oishi-san really just, like, saying things in a roundabout way, or is Keiichi just imagining that he is? Like, is he reading into this too much? I don't know.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
Okay. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him. That's rude. That's so rude.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Right. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
だから話してください。レナのこと。
Tell me, I just want to know.
サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi had left behind to protect myself. Then I, at least, wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは 覚悟の上ですね。
It's not going to be very interesting, okay. Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。
Right?
お願いします。
Onegaishimasu!
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
Oh shit. Okay.
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。
Confidential can do that. I'm
また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。
okay. Some is speculation, okay.
すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。
Okay.
よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。
Yeah.
毎年の事件はここに扱われています。
Yeah.
ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。
Okay. She's never been linked to any. I mean, it was like Mion. It was Mion's family, not Rena's family.
つまりですね、
レナの調査は警察としてでなく
Oh.
個人として行ったということですか。
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。
Okay.
ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
Yes.
全部聞いた話だけなんですか。
ええ、申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
Okay.
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか。
Her chart. Oh, her medical chart.
確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
Shit. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
Tell
わ
me.
かりました。
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena had lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then, Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
Okay.
ではどこを詳しく調べたんですか。
Yeah. I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
ええ、疑っています。
Oh, it wasn't until that he found out about that incident? Her breaking all the windows in her school with a bat?
やはりレナたちが犯人。
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
What? Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか。
お社様ですよ。
What? I thought he didn't believe in Oyashiro-sama.
お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
Is he toying with me? Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Oh, is that why? Just then there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
どうしました？
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。
Oh, the school didn't file charges. The victims, would that be like the students?
でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん、口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。
Oh, she actually really hurt somebody?
学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かが
I didn't know she
根回しをしたのかもしれません。
I didn't know she hurt somebody that bad.
またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。
I mean, as they should be.
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてます？
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Oh shit! Oh my god! Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes, wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffed out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. What's that? Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like
もしも
it.
し、前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. That's not creepy. It's not creepy at all. I am perfectly okay with this. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 Well, I won't forgive. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Keiichi's just going off the deep end. Oishi-san's probably like, what the fuck is going on with this kid? Shit, yo, shit. Is this the end of the chapter? It is. It's the end of the chapter. The end of the chapter. Let's view my tips. Okay. Split personality? Is this about Rena's like...
よく映画などに登場しますが、簡単に言うとどのようなものでしょうか？
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか？
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、
例えば貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。これも多重人格なわけですか？
I don't think that's it.
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。
では精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？
This is like our second psychology class of the night. We learned about depression and bipolar disorder earlier, and now we're learning about multiple personalities.
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか？
Ma'am, you sound ridiculous.
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか。最近の研究では遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い、中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われ。
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に。
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome.
7つの人格を持つ青年 A。では VTR の続きをどうぞ。
This reporter lady, I do not like her.
ですがその前にコマーシャル。
Oh my god. Okay. At the 7th mark. Oh, is this when Rena's like freaking following us around like a freak? The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many! There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored cup noodles bowls into the cart. Let's get one of everything. Foodie, 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 foodie. Gohan? Furi Gohan? Oh, is that like furikake? Is this furikake? I can't read kanji. Q. I don't know. I'm really bad with katakana. Ton.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。
I wanna try
どれ
all
も
of
一通
them.
りは食ってみたいし。
I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi. Buy them in the big case, it's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。
But
飽きちゃうって。
I'd only get to eat one kind. I'm bored with it. I was resisting as a formality. I had already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the cases of noodles for what I wanted. Pork bone and ginger, large cup. Hey Keiichi, can't you get a more normal one? Is pork bone and ginger not a normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. Salt flavored. Salty noodles. So when I plunked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with an expression as if to say, "These ones?" To show her this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice.
豚骨はうまいんだよ。大盛りだけど大味ってわけじゃないし。
It'll be really creepy if we suddenly see like Rena like just peeking out from behind the shelf. I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. In this frozen memory and time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. Oh my god, Keiichi, you are thinking about this way too hard. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation, searching. But of course, I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presences again, looking. My god, he is way overthinking this. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way and nobody trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably, right before contradicting it with definitely. Oh, I don't like that sound. I don't like it. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence, like a shadow behind me. That was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. My mom. But there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. It seems like he's replaying things until he, like, sticks, like, gets it in his head that something happened, and then he's, like, obsessing over it. Like, did this really happen, or is he just seeing something that wasn't there to make himself, I don't know, feel better, I guess? I don't know. I don't know. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip-tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat were right behind mine. Barefoot? Barefoot? In the store? Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had ran at that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. If Reno was right there, right behind you, your parents would have said something. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close that it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop. it began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. Was that like, Rah! I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juices, and finally discover that it was an apple, my mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juices and discover the apple. This is so weird. This is just fucking weird. Meaning, what was in front of me was. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's violins, I think. It's terribly played violins. That was just a tip. That was just a tip. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and then we're going to continue. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to drink something. I got to drink some water. I got to hydrate. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, I'm back. Ready to play some more. Let's see. Continue. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. Oh, he didn't die tonight? I thought he was going to die tonight. Or last night, I guess. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. I don't think a futon would be like great at barricading a door, especially if you sleep on if you use your futon like they do in Japan, where it's just the futon mattress on the floor and not like, you know, a frame. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. I guess if you prop it up. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved leaving my house was incalculable. So staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these restless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes, just like I did every morning. I guess we're going to school. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's fucking go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katana. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right. Let's go to school. Keiichi. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, Please lend me your strength and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. Oh, God. Since you were probably murdered. That's just such a crazy thing to have in parentheses. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion, I needed to leave now. Let's go, Keiichi. Keiichi. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. You better clean that shit up before your parents get home. I cannot imagine they will be happy about you destroying that. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. Yep. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to go to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maebara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Yeah! Yeah, you tell yourself that, Keiichi-kun. Walking to school, walking to school. Is he swinging the bat? Yeah. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. Oh yeah, he slammed her fingers on the door. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl.
Kei-chan! 相変わらず甲子園一直線だね.
Yep, I'm gonna make it in the bigs. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised.
ミオンか。分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。
Oh shit!
俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tacitly keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
No! You take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest.
ホームルームまであとちょっとだろ。
He like turned into a big jerk.
もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal.
ケイちゃんって野球好きだったっけ？
最近好きになった。
Just recently.
最近って昨日から？
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
あれまあ、スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
It is.
気が散る。放っておいてくれ。
Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally, she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we are at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? She's a Sonozaki. They have like all the power in the town. What are the Yakuza? They're like the town's Yakuza. Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out.
何か用なんだろう。なんだよ。
Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina, in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
用ってわけでもないけどさ。お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
Okay.
今でいい。
Oh, I guess okay. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judged this situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others? That's out of the question.
さ。
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen her sad face yet. I don't think I've seen sad face Mion in this game yet. Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire.
おじさんダメだわ、こういうの。
Where do you just spit it out?
ボキャ品はつらいわ。
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
Right?
やめてよ。素振り。
Why? She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて、今日で終わりにしてほしいの。
Why?
悪いけど。
It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat?
なんでだよ。余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
かけてる。
Who? Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
You're bothering me right now. Mion was at a loss for words. But she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ。無断借用は悪いし。
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
Right? Satoshi-kun transferred, right?
ああ、まあね。転校したし。
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
でも変わってるよな。 兄貴だけ転校なんだろ
Right? Yeah, what about the younger sister didn't?
妹は転校しなかったんだろ
Yeah, exactly. Just what I said. Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up.
ケイちゃん知ってたの
Yeah, I know.
王女サトシ聡子の兄貴だろ去年鬼隠しにあって消えた
He was demoned away. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent.
レナにも言われたなんで素振りを始めたのかってなサトシもやってたんだってな素振りそれも失踪の直前にこれってさお社様のたたりに合う前兆ってわけなのか
Hang on. Sorry about that. I'm back though. Okay. Oh, she doesn't want me to talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse? Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよケイちゃんお社様の話はうかつにしないでよ
I'm sorry.
私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ他のみんなはすごく信じてる
She doesn't believe in him?
レナなんかヤバいくらいに
Is she lying to me? Is she lying that she doesn't believe in him, or is she telling the truth? I definitely believe Rena believes in him.
やばいくらいに
とにかく
Oh, she looks pissed.
みんな怖がってるんだよもしもこれが悪ふざけならやめなサトシの真似は絶対にやめて
Don't yell at me! I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it has still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions.
先に言っとく俺はサトシのことは何も知らないみんなが隠してたからな
Yeah, they didn't tell me anything.
隠してたってわけじゃ
毎年起こる事件のこと隠してたろ
Yeah, they were hiding those.
それはケイちゃんを
They're just lying to me. They're just lying to me all the time.
怖がらせたくなかったってのかそれが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ
いやそんなつもりじゃ
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよなミオンはないって言ったじゃないか
Yep, she told me nothing happened.
バラバラ殺人があったのによ
Someone was murdered and dismembered.
嘘つき野郎
ごめん嘘ってわけじゃ
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ
You're right.
そうだろじゃあお前らは仲間じゃない
Oh.
ケイちゃんそんなのって
Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
ああそれに先日の見舞いのおはぎあれうまかったぜ血が出るかと思ったやったのはどっちだお前かレナか
私
She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. I don't know if she's saying, I don't know if she caught what he was trying to, I don't know if she picked up what he was throwing down, I don't know.
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ 仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
Right?
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
Oh, it was her? What? Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me.
あれがいたずらで済むかよ。
I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore.
とにかくお前は仲間じゃない。
You're not my friend.
仲間じゃないやつの指図は受ける言われはない。俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜ。
Man.
いいな。
Mion wasn't replying anymore.
俺を消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな。お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ。
It's like the cops know about your shit.
サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ。
I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war.
俺も過去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる。ダムの反対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知ってる。隠しきれてると思うなよ。いいな。
どうしてそんなことまで。
Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom.
行こうぜ。委員長がいないとまずいだろ。ん？
At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks.
ひどいよ、ケイちゃん。
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty.
俺、行くぜ。ホームルーム遅れるなよ。
Oh shit. Cold-blooded. I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. Damn, Keiichi-kun. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. So, like, is he feeling like, I feel guilty about doing this inside, but, like, being a dick out on the outside? Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. What'd she say?
そっか。
Oh, no.
え？
She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
ケイちゃんに全部バラしたの。あの野郎か。
What is this? What is this? What is this? She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's.
あの時殺しとくんだったな。
What? Excuse me, ma'am? What? What?
今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Oh, she's talking about Oishi-san. Not Keiichi-kun. But, oh, still, oh my god, what? Retiring this year. Was she talking about Oishi-san?
ちくしょう。ちくしょう。あのじじい。
Was she... Did she really have a chance to kill him? Like, what? What?
絶対に殺してやる。
Oh my god. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world began to twist and spiral. Bending. Whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. I mean, those red eyes were creepy as fuck. Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. She wears contacts! Okay, can you imagine how big those things are? Anime girls wearing fucking contacts? After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. It's only been a month? It's only been a month? In this game, it's only been a month? That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. All this has gone on in a month. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense, yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew. This would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me any answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying next to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Oh, it's dying. Bwee, bwee, bwee. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was allegedly already chirping its last song. Rip. Rip. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. He is like, Keiichi's just looking, I don't know, for reason, like, I don't know, reasons to explain his crazy. He's being crazy. He's acting ridiculous. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of the footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Didn't we learn yesterday that Rena lives like along the same way as Keiichi? What if this is just her again? Like, trying to fucking go home. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they would probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena? Just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Oh my god! I don't like that. I don't like this picture. I don't like it. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand, oh shit, was a hatchet. She gonna murder you! She gonna murder you, Keiichi! I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing, there were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet, there was no excuse for that. A hatchet, just like that?
Keiichi-kun.
Oh my god, she's calling out to me.
かくれんぼかな? かな?
Please don't. My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, Cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here.
レナを驚かせようとしたのかな
Please go away. Please go away, please. I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me that she was displeased by the fact that I'd been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Ugh, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good. Not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose.
何の用だよ
I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one bit.
ケイチ君と同じ帰り道だよ
じゃあそのナタは何だよ
じゃあケイチ君のそのバットは何なのかな
俺は素振りで
じゃあレナは宝探しなの
Oh, that's right. She did bring around her hatchet for treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon.
宝探し
ダム現場の宝の山にねまた新しいかいいのを見つけたの
Oh, really? Did you?
だからねそれを発掘するために必要なの
Is that so?
信じるかよそんなの
信じないよね
I'm sorry, but that evil laugh does not have me convinced that you are not that you are not going to hurt me. Yeah, right? Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. My freaking dog was barking again. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes, it wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious.
待ってよケイチ君
No. No, thank you. Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This recycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. So is she in front of him or behind him?
ついてくるなよ
Behind him, I guess, then.
それはできない相談だよ。レナのうちもこっちだもん。
Don't like it. I do not like it. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew very little about. Oh my gosh, she's following me! But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Oh my freaking god! Go away, lady! Go away! Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth.
どうしてついてくるんだよ
The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. He is losing his marbles. He has lost the plot completely.
ケイチ君とお話ししたいから。
What? No, go. Please don't. Please don't talk to me.
ケイチ君もレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。かな。
No, thank you.
俺は何も話したいことなんかない。
嘘だよね。
It's not a lie. It's not.
相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
I mean, there's a lot of things that I'd like to ask about you, but not. I don't want to ask you directly.
ないレナと話すことなんか何もないよ
嘘だよね。
嘘じゃないよ
嘘だ
Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace.
お話ししようよ、ケイチ君。
Oh, leave me alone, bitch! Leave me alone!
お話。お話。
No, go away. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? You're gonna get killed. You are gonna get hatchet murdered. Hatchet murdered.
ケイチ君には悩んでることがあるんじゃないかな。
ないよ
Nope, nothing. I'm not.
何も悩んでない
I'm not.
嘘だ
Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away?
わかるよ。わかる。レナはわかるよ。怖いんだよね、ケイチ君。
怖くなんかない何も怖いことなんか
嘘だ
I don't like it. I don't like it. My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat.
レナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。今度こそ乗ってあげられる。
Leave me alone, ma'am, please. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do.
今度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。さ トシ君の時とは違うもの。
What happened with Satoshi? What happened? What happened? When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
サトシ君も悩んでた。
Shit.
辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。
Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window.
サトシ君が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。
I thought you transferred and didn't know Satoshi-kun. I thought he transferred out before you transferred in.
レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって。すごく後悔した。
The road led me deeper into the forest. This is terrible! This is a terrible idea. She's chasing you with a hatchet. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm.
だからね、誓ったの。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
Hearing that laugh just makes everything she says like, I don't trust it. Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi.
さあ、ケイイチ君、レナに話して。レナはきっとケイイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。レナだけはケイイチ君の味方。
Nope, no thank you. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
悩みがなくなれば、きっとケイイチ君も元通り。みんなとも仲良しに戻れて、また楽しく部活ができるよ。
No, thank you.
今度は一緒に組んでみーちゃんをやっつけようね。
Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these few days.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。
Isn't that like, I wish we could go back to that.
今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。見つけたばかりのかわいいの、ケイイチ君にも見せてあげるね。
No thanks.
きっとケイイチ君も気に入るよ。
No thank you. No thank you. I'm not interested. Leave me alone. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. The momentary lapse was all it took. Oh, she's catching up to you. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumpled towards the ground. She's gonna axe murder you, Keiichi. She's gonna axe murder you. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Oh, God. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense it if her heart was beating.
何が怖いのかな。
I'm scared of you, ma'am. I'm scared of you.
怯えるなんてケイチ君らしくないよ。
No, thank you. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of a 1,000-armed Buddha. Then, as both of her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. She's gonna murder me! She's gonna murder me! I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do.
教えてくれ。サトシはどうなったんだよ。
Please tell me. Rena stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions.
言ったよ。サトシ君は転校したの。
What does that mean? What does that mean?
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。
Yeah, who made Satoshi disappear?
エラかミオかそれとも村の誰かが
Who did it?
答えろよ。
I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
ケイチ君が何を言ってるかわからないな。
What?
じゃあわかるように言ってやる。連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
ケイチ君は勘違いしてるよ。
What?
え？
人間の犯人なんかいない。すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
Shit.
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。レナは信じてるってのか。
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。
Oh shit.
お社様はいるの。
Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. Is it gelid or is it gelid? I don't know. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything.
お社様なんているわけが。
ケイチ君は信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ。お社様。ケイ 一くんだって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
Felt it personally.
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
I don't know, you talk about feeling presences all the time.
圭一くんさ、誰かに謝られたことない？
Apologizing to me?
それもずっと。
Constantly? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and terribly.
それはね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へもお家へも枕元へも。
What? I couldn't understand what Rena was saying.
レナのところへも来たんだよ。お社様。
Oyashiro-sama.
だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
So while she was away, all she heard this Oyashiro-sama. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying?
圭一くんのところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。
No, no.
圭一くんを転校なんかさせないからね。
Oh, I'm not gonna get to hear the laugh this time? Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I heard about that when I asked about Rena.
他言無用でお願いします。
He had told me this before,
ま
though.
た内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Yep. Oishi-san began
被害
speaking.
者も学校も告訴していないので調書がないのです。つまり警察が関与してないわけなんですよ。
Yeah.
ですから詳細は関係者からの聞き取りのみなのです。つまり信憑性が高くない。
Okay.
被害者って言いましたか？レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか？
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。
Okay, she attacked 3 boys
金属バットでです。
using a metal bat.
2人はあざで済みましたが、1人は片目に後遺症を残すほどの大怪我をしたそうです。
2 of them were just bruised, but the third had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged. Fuck.
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか？警察は逮捕とかしないんですか？
Right?
どういうわけか被害者が告発しないんですよ。
Dang. Why?
警察に届け出がないので。
They were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation, but why didn't they press charges?
被害者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員口が重いんです。こう言ってはなんですが、怯え
They
て
were
る
all
んです。
afraid.
彼女が転校した今でも。
Even after she transferred away, they were still afraid she was gonna come hurt them?
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか？
Rena hit people while she broke the windows. Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と 一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
They were friends of hers. What is message? Is somebody messaging me on my computer box? I don't know. I keep hearing something. I don't know where it's coming from. She was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers.
その3人って何者ですか？
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウ・レナととても親しい仲良しグループだったそうです。彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
So it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together.
それでどうなったんです？
理由はわかりません。リュウ・レナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人を次々に殴り倒しました。
Nobody knows why she took the baseball bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down one after the other. Shit. There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Shit! Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか？
Yeah.
3人の証言で一致するのは、突然人が変わった。
A sudden change.
表変したという点です。
表変。
I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena.
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
ではレナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
断言はできません。ですが、リュウグウ・レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
Right? Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school, like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat? Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believed that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena even now.
そしてどうなったんですか
？Hey, I'm gonna go grab my dog. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ手当てを受けました。
レナは？警察は？どうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか、それとも訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね？
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
学校は聖域なんですよ。隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。私も捜査令状を取ってませんから弱いんですよね。
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが某日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。何もわからないじゃないですか。
ねえ、その事件があったという事実以上のことは何もわかりません。被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば事件はそのまま闇に消えるでしょうな。その後、学校を謹慎で休学します。そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
これがまた職業倫理のしっかりした尊敬すべき方でしてね。口が固いんですよ。もうとにかく。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
じゃあ大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと？
看護師さんが言うには、 その時の竜宮レナはとても淡々としていて落ち着いていたそうです。
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
お社様です。
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。でもお社様は許してくれなかったんです。
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか？
帰りたい。ひなみ沢に帰りたい。帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でももうダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。それでひなみ沢を捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。では今になってその神様がやってきたということですか？
信じないでしょうけど、お社様はいるんです。
お社様がか。
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。里を捨てて出ていくとお社様の罰が当たるという。この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
初耳です。 村の外敵がたたられるのは分かりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで？普通出ていくものはたたられないものじゃないんですか？
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。麓の村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
それはわかります。でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。俗世に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは俗世と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも監視者なんですね。この地を外界から隔離しようとする。
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。すみません、私も詳しくないんです。この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
つまりレナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったと、そう話しているわけですか？
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。実際この後しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越していますから。まあとにかくわからないことだらけなんですよ。お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし、被害者が訴えない理由にもなりません。まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
It's because my microphone was muted. Thanks. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. It should work now. I should be able to hear me now. I had muted my microphone because I needed to go grab my dog. Because he's a little worked up from the Halloween. Wicket, Wicket, you my good baby. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. She's possessed. She's possessed. Is she still standing over here with a hatchet? Yeah. And here, right now, she was standing before me, or it was standing before me. Possessed Rena. Crazy Rena.
教えてくれ。俺はどうなるんだよ。
Rena stood imposingly, not answering.
サトシは消えた。だけどレナは消えなかった。じゃあ俺はどうなるんだよ。
Tell me please. Leave me alone. I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. Right? It's very unpleasant. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling.
大丈夫だよ。レナが助けてあげるから。
I don't know if I trust that, ma'am. I don't know if I trust that. Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head.
さあ。
How are you planning on saving me, ma'am? How are you planning on saving me? One step closer. Rena's face spread out to fill my vision.
話して。
One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine and was still pushing closer. Ma'am, you're gonna kiss me.
話したいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。助けてあげるから。ね。話してね。話してね。
I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. I don't like that. Do not like that at all. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. She gonna chop ya? I sprang to my... Oh no. I sprang to my feet so fast I couldn't believe it. And pushed Rena away with both hands. Run, 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 run! Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding on to a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. Yeah, you forgot you were holding a bat, Keiichi. I sped even farther down the path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. Sir, I think your sanity has been chiseled away at for a little bit now. It's barely hanging on. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment, I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew, but couldn't quite remember. This is the damn construction site, right? I quickly realized. It was the dam site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Is she still following you? Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. Jesus Christ! But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. I don't like this. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I think you've been imagining things for a while now, sir. I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were a part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. Right? This is just the creepiest, just floating eyeballs. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's right. I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Shit! Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. Is everybody here a demon? Everybody's a demon. Those were demon eyes. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. Oh god, they caught up with him? Oh god. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. What the fuck? Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me. And then... Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun.
No!
The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms, ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain that they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. Rude. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I'd just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance and this position and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin. as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my head. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake his arm off me, I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Kate, you are right fucked. Shit, where is this his room? Is this my room? Where is this? A familiar ceiling. Is this my room? The smell of the bed and pillows, I knew them well. Was this my room? Was he having a dream? Like, how did he get into his room? He was being attacked by two people. Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot through my entire...
大丈夫かな？横になってた方がいいと思うよ。
Shit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this version of Rena was safe.
俺はどうして？
覚えてないの？
Yeah, I want to know what happened while Keiichi was spiraling into, I don't know, dissociation.
意識がなくなってからのことは全然。
My body had become more lethargic than I ever could have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind.
一応お医者さんにも電話したから。
She called the doctor?
もうすぐ来ると思うよ。それまで横になってた方がいいと思うな。
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺どうしてここにいるんだ？確かダム現場で。
Right? I thought I was at the damn site too. How did I end up in my room?
それはレナが聞きたいな。何があったのかな？
You were chasing me with a hatchet, ma'am.
レナが行った時にはケイチ君倒れてて。
だから聞きたいのは俺の方だよ。変な二人組に襲われて。
Attacked by two weirdos. And you're not even like, hey, ma'am, you were chasing me, you were chasing me and acting crazy. And as I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me, right? I thought she was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health.
よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。
Right? Is she the one that dragged me all the way back to my house? She's just a tiny girl. What is going on? What is going on?
重かったろ。
Wasn't I heavy, right? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? Mion's here. Mion's with her.
圭一君、覚えてないの？
I don't remember. Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile.
レナは圭一君に肩を貸しただけだよ。大丈夫、自分で歩けるって圭一君が。
Okay. Jesus.
覚えてない？
I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
Were you hallucinating, Keiichi-kun? Were you hallucinating?
いなかったよ。
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would have even stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. Oh my god, and this horrible violin, like what is this? In the background, I can hear it. It just started. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep.
トイレに行きたいんだけどな。
Let's go to the bathroom.
ごめん。
What? Rena couldn't say anything else. Let me go potty, lady. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. I bet you it's not the doctor. I bet you it's Mion. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call. But it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Yep, it's Mion. It's Mion.
ミオン。
あれ？元気そうだね。
Is she the doctor?
倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
Oh.
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
Right? You stalking me?
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要？
I understood why she would call a doctor. But why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。
そうだね。 レナも心配して損したかな。
They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ、何この下駄箱。
Oh, I haven't fixed the cabinet, the shoe cabinet.
どうしてたの？
The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday.
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。
Yeah, if I did something like that, my parents would be pissed.
後でレナが片付けておくね。
さあ、ほらケイちゃん。重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。
Terminally ill? Why are you saying I'm terminally ill?
さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
Ma'am, please. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I didn't even get to go to the bathroom. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been on my room, she began searching around it intently. What a nosy bitch. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
レナ、監督には電話した？
The director?
みーちゃんに電話した後すぐにね。すぐ来るって言ってたよ。
The director? Who? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that, she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd.
二人とも何の話をしてるんだよ。
Right? What the fuck are they talking about?
監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃん知んないの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。
We mean the director when we say director. Oh! My apologies! I should have known.
映画の監督とか工事現場の監督とか。
What the fuck? Are they gonna open their eyes and have crazy eyes? I dug through all of my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the damn construction site. The foreman. But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him.
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか？来るって言ったけど、うちに来るのか？
I asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside of me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about.
ケイちゃん、最近は野球に凝ってるんだよね。
Like,
監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶと思うな。
who the fuck is this director?
だから監督って誰だよ？
Right? Who?
監督 監督さんだよ。
Please stop laughing at me, man, please.
だから監督って誰だよ。
Please just tell me. Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. They're gonna. What are they? When are their eyes gonna change? I know that it's gonna happen.
監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい？
Finish up what? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story.
覚えてるって何をだよ。
ケイチ君忘れちゃったのかな。
Please.
罰ゲームなんだよ。
No.
罰ゲームなんだよ。
No, please, no.
忘れちゃったのかな。おはぎの宿題。
No.
どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。あれ、確か宿題忘れだったよね。
My God. I certainly did have that homework. But I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rena had made. The penalty for that? Why now? Why? Why? That's what I want to know too, Keiichi-kun. No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like this sound. I don't like... Both of these sounds are just like... Ugh, making shivers go down my spine. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. You're just now beginning to think that this entire day was somehow insane? You're just now, right now, beginning to think. Just now. Beginning. The whole day has been insane. The whole few days have been insane. And you're just now beginning to think? Keiichi-kun, you are dumb as a rock. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena? Attacked by strange men? The penalty Mion and Rena were talking about? What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back?
何の真似だよ。
動かないでね。
Oh my god, they're gonna kill me. I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be murdered. They're gonna murder me. They're gonna murder me.
罰ゲームだから。
They're gonna murder me. I'm gonna be murdered. My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakish, monstrous strength It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they?
ケイちゃん、抵抗しちゃダメだよ。
Look at how tiny she looks comparatively. I know that this is closer than this, but it's still funny.
快速台何錠でもいいや。罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。
Yes, I can. Mion. No. That thing that looked like Mion spoke to me now like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
What? Where's the doctor? The doctor needs to be here now, right now. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is in her pocket? It was a small syringe. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're gonna shoot me up with something? They're gonna shoot me up with something? What? It was a small, clear syringe. The kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter. Tomitake-san, they were thinking maybe drugs? And I could hear the clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times.
大丈夫大丈夫。
I don't want this. I don't want this punishment.
痛くないから痛くないから。
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
Right?
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか。分かってんでしょ。
何が？俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
Right?
知ってるくせに。今さらかまととぶられてもな。
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
Yes, please stop. Please stop.
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
Oh my god. Oh my god. Her eyes are crazy eyes now. The same as Tomitake-san. I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe?
ケイチ君、とぼけてるね。うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean the same as Tomitake-san?
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
Yeah, it was abnormal.
喉がね、引き裂かれていたんですよ。
Throat was scratched out.
ナイフとか？
No, he did it with his own hands.
いいえ、爪でした。
Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen...
薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
They're gonna shoot me up with drugs! That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
What? Is that supposed to sound? Is that what it's supposed to sound like? What? Don't like it. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. I mean, yeah, that would sound pretty sickening. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police don't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I ended up the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it, at that moment I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him?
観念しなって。んじゃ。
What? Her eyes are normal now. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she was brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. What the fuck is going on? Shit. Did she inject me? I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly, I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before, only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone? Not discriminating against age or gender? Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the murder weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Oh, God. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it.
俺がやったのか?
That's right. Keiichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you?
でも、違う。こんなに。
Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood. Nothing that simple. The entire room was spattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes.
死んじまったのか? 二人とも。
The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Shit. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Bleep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right in front of my eyes, it was still so difficult to take in. There was blood spattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here, and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug that would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this. But that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of this. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean that there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat. But he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. Need some candy. Need some candy. It's Halloween. I need some candy. This is a baby Ruth. Candy. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van no mistaking it. The van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't at home. Undoubtedly, they just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I needed a weapon. Then shoes. But before all that, there's one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why there was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I'd never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death, but Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug. It was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly, firmly. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore, but even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you're reading this, then I am probably already dead, though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it to the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion.
俺、みんなのこと、本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying and competitions and personal records and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. You better get the fuck out of there, Keiichi. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I just arbitrarily assumed they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then, did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change the reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whomever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion. I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind the single, solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as not to make a sound. A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi! One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. I just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my head about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was without a doubt chasing me like my shadow. If I even took one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Yep. Yeah, I mean, I could hear the Higurashi cry sounding like that. Quack, 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 quack. Except, good. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran toward where I could hear more of the Higurashi chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Ba ba ba. Ah! The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? Where are we, at the police station right now? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wished they'd show us a little more respect.
どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか?
It is the police station. Are they playing mahjong?
街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ。
One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn.
ウーマン切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから、背底にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか?
I would love to learn how to actually play mahjong and not like the match too that you get on the computer, like actual mahjong.
クマちゃん、川を見てください。
Look at the pond.
ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one.
納得いかないっすね。
Is he a kid? He does not look like a kid.
わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
ちなみに配定で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ。
I don't know the rules of mahjong, so I don't understand any of this.
え、どうしてですか？
Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall.
大石さん、いますか？一般の方から凱旋です。
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。
Okay.
それじゃ、ちょいと失礼。
どうして論しちゃダメなんすか？あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん。
I wonder if that was funny to people who know mahjong. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver.
凱旋です。講習から。
ああ、どうもすいません。お待たせしました。大石です。もしもし。
大石さんですか？
It's Gage-kun.
もしもし。
前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも、こんにちは。
From the tone of Maebara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maebara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone.
落ち着いてください。何がありました？
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone.
何があったんです？落ち着いて前原さん。
Shit.
今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
多分無理です。
What? His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people, even as he was making this call, was he?
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。どこの公衆電話ですか？
There were no other sounds besides Maebara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです？
It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maebara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maebara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maebara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from him this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。警らには何人乗ってます？
2人です。
Speed! Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there was likely quite a few people surrounding Maebara-kun. 5 minutes was too long.
南沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
そう。
God damn!
クマちゃん、車を回してください。
了解っす。
もしもし、大石さん。
Uh-oh.
もしもし、大丈夫です。ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
There was something wrong with Maebara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。2、3分で到着しますから何とか持ちこたえてください。もしもし、聞こえてますか？前原さん。
I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head.
前原さん、犯人は誰です？何人なんです？
俺も最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomiting.
大丈夫ですか？前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。ついさっきまで。だけどやっぱり
Fuck. It was an intense bout of coughing. Then vomiting.
でもやっぱりお社様ってのはいやいます今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。ずーっとつけてくるんですよ。
What?
走っても走っても走っても走っても影みたいにぴったりくっついて。だけども少しずつ俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに。
後ろに。
Fuck!
すぐ後ろに。
お願いです、前原さん。怖いのはわかります。ですがお願いです。あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。振り向いたら俺
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？
Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound.
前原さん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。
There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if something was being hit. My Barakun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise.
もしもし、もしもし、前原さん、もしもし。
I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there?
もしもし、前原さん。
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind.
おいさん、車は OK っす。
What did he say? What did he say?
おいさん。
ごめんなさい。
ごめんなさい。
大石さん
That was what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. That's what they sound like. Queak, 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 queak. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? They're crying. It's the victims. It's their cries. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. Oh no, Oishi-san, it's infected you.
Hello there.
Hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. That's how I felt. Fuck. Are they gonna find him at the phone booth? June 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maebara, age redacted. He's a teenager. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. He didn't call them over, though. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of spattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. All over the house? At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong, blunt force. He did that like the day before or something. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back and thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. That's when he was looking for the needle. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread out on the floor. That's also when he was looking for the needle. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garage door was functional and had been left open ever since the suspect moved in, the garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. He bled out. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspects... I'll wait, there's an ad. I'll wait. I'll take a drink. I'll hydrate myself in the meantime. It's just really sad how this is all... Oh, you don't see any ad? Oh, my thing says there's an ad break. I can keep going, though. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. I don't think it was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Oh, that's right, he did say, "Hey, just in case I die." Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college-ruled notebook that had each been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it. It was hidden behind a clock on the wall. The contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. Shit. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. Shit. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. they have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably dead. Though you may or may not find my body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara. I think it's over. I think it's over. I think it's done. Is that the end? It's the end. It's the end. What is the all cast review session? What is that? I got you completed the game achievement. What is extra? All cast review session? What does that mean? What is that?
はい、日暮らしの泣く頃に水鬼隠しをプレイされた皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Oh.
いかがだったでしょうか。ちょっぴりでも楽しんでもらえたらとっても嬉しいです。ちょっぴりも何も。あんなすごいバッドエンドで終わられたらプンプンでございますからよ。
It was really dark ending.
プンプンなのです。今回の鬼隠しは全体の謎に挑む人たちが最初に通るお話。
The readers challenging the mystery of the entire series get to experience.
だから実質上のプロローグの位置づけなんだって。
Okay.
そのプロローグがこんな凄まじいバッドエンドでございますの？
でもそういうのってあるじゃん。この最悪のバッドエンドを回避するためにプレイヤーさんが物語を模索していくのがこの作品の醍醐味だし。
Right? We're supposed to visual
まだ
novels,
始まっ
right?
たばかりですよ。僕は次のお話が楽しみなのです。
これからどんな話が待ち受けてるんだろう。
What happens in the next chapter?
レナは聞いてる？
Oh, they said the next chapter will introduce another aspect of the story.
他のシナリオにはどんな展開があるんですの？
What does that mean?
今回の鬼隠しではひなみ沢で近年起こった連続開始事件が紹介されたでしょ。例えばみーちゃんのシナリオではひなみ沢の古い歴史なんかが紹介されるんだって。
Okay.
異常事態の連続ですっかり分かんなくなっちゃったけど、お社様のたたりってどういうものなのか。
Right? I kind of ended a little like, what's going on?
いや、そもそもお社様って何なのかあまり説明なかったからね。
よくは聞いてないんだけど、でもなんか嫌な予感。またしてもたたられそうな嫌な物語です。
Who's gonna get cursed in the second one?
ケイちゃんも大変だね。今度はどんなたたりにやられるやら。
Is it gonna be him that gets cursed
でも
again?
どんなお話になるのか楽しみでございますわね。
いやいやいやいや、遅れてすみませんね。
やあみんな。
Oh, Tomitakiさん。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ。あれ、ケイちゃんは？
ケイチ君はもう次のシナリオの台本読みに行っちゃってるんだよ。
I really like this fourth wall breaking.
主人公だから大変だね。
あれ？
Is he gonna be the main character of the next one too?
残念ですね。ちょっとだけでも顔を出してくれればよかったのに。きっと喋るワード数が多すぎて居残りなのです。
Riga-chan. I mean, but I
前
think
原
it's
さんのセリ
true.
フだけで普通のアドベンチャーゲームなら全員分の量がありますからね。
That's what we refer to as a personal problem. Oh my god.
しかし圭一君やレナちゃんなんか特にだけど大変なお話だったね。
大変も何も
That is
大
that is
体バ
the
ッドエンドで
perfect
ございま
that's
す
the
わ。
perfect emote for this.
結局圭一君を襲ったのって
Right?
正
I
体は
want
何
to
な
know.
んだ
I
ろう。
want to know too. What happened?
たたりに見せかけておいて実は人間の仕業ってのが僕の推理なんだけどね。
Nothing was explained.
でも圭一は最後に謎の電話をかけてきていましたのです。
Right?
うん。私もあの電話は変だと思ったね。あの時点でケイちゃんは犯人は人間だと確信してたはずなのにさ。
おかしな電話でしたわよね。なんかお化けに追いかけられてるみたいな。
お化け。
あの電話だけだとやっぱり犯人って人間じゃなくてたたりなのかなって思っちゃうよね。
せっかくですから意見を出してみようじゃありませんか。
We're gonna share our theories as to what happened.
じゃあ園崎さんから。
私は絶対に人間説。
So Mion believes it was people.
ひなみ沢の怪しい昔語りかなんかになぞらえて誰かが起こしてる人為的事件だと思うね。
Okay, that's what she thinks.
確かに毎年お祭りの日になると起こる連続開始事件なんて怪しいもんね。
その連続開始っていうのも何かの昔語りの再現なんだよきっと。
Has to be somebody trying to reenact the folklore.
私はたたりだと思いましたよ。
You would. You would think that, Satoko.
玄関で圭一さんが暴れたシーンとかラストの電話のシーンとかを見れば人間が犯人とは説明がつきませんもの。
Right?
そういえばそうだよね。とても人間の仕業とは思えないシーンだったし。
Was it? Maybe it was both.
僕はそれでも人間が犯人だと思うね。あの玄関やラストのシーンは追い詰められた圭一君の被害意識からの妄想じゃないかって思う。
Driven him? Yeah, he seemed like he was having paranoid delusions, definitely.
難しい言葉を使われてもわかりませんわ。つまり怖がりの圭一が見た幻だと言ってるのです。
Riga-chan, you're so sweet.
じゃああのシーンの正体は圭一さんの後ろにいた謎の気配は何なんですの？
Right?
引っ掛けだよ。引っ掛け。
A red herring.
みーちゃん、引っ掛けってどういう意味？
富武のおじさまが言うようにさ、あのシーンは追い詰められたケイちゃんの被害妄想のシーンなんだよ。それを濃密に書くことでプレイヤーにたたりだと思わせようとする演出なんだよ。だから引っ掛けってわけ。
Was it? Is that what you think?
それを言われるとでも
まあそういう可能性もあるってことだよ。
だとすると犯人は複数で村ぐるみっていう劇中の大石さんの推理は正しいのかな。当の本人の大石さんはどう思いますか？
Yeah, what does Oishi-san have to say about this?
私ですか？な悩みますね。
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
あれ？僕はてっきり大石さんは人間説だと思ってましたけど。
劇中の私は犯人は人間だと断じてますが、人間が犯人だとするといろいろ不可解なことが多いんですよ。
does it?
例えばどんな？大石刑事さんの推理を聞かせてください。
Let's hear it. I want to hear it.
まず人間が犯人だとすると絶対に動機が必要なんです。
Okay.
こういうことをして誰が得をするのかってことなんです。
Okay, somebody's got to gain something.
つまりおじさま、人間が犯人なら連続開始事件を起こすことによって誰かが得をしなくちゃいけないってこと？
そういうことです。ダム開発の関係者が死ぬうちは利害も感じられましたが、近年の犠牲者はそれとも無縁です。
Right? Yeah, like what does Keiichi have to do with it? Like
第一、前原さんを殺して誰が得をするというので
Right?
す。
Exactly. Who benefits from that?
なるほど。そう言われると僕も弱いな。
だってお金とかも取られてはいないんですもの。人間が犯人なわけありませんわ。
Robbery is not the only motive.
でもそうとばかりは限らないんじゃない？さっきみーちゃんが言ったように何かの昔語りの再現そのものに意味があるんだとしたら。
そういうこと。これは営利殺人じゃないんだよ。きっとこれは村の血塗られた歴史を再現するための何らかの儀式的殺人じゃないかなって思うわけ。
I mean, that's possible. Yeah, I think that's possible.
では聞きますですが、それを再現すると誰か得をするのですか？
Right?
得をするんじゃなくてもっと心理的なもの。僕は何かの復讐じゃないかと思うね。
An act of revenge.
土着的な何か。今回のシナリオでは語られなかった因縁だよ。
Oh, some connection not touched on this time around?
なるほど。過去にひどい扱いを受けた暴家の人たちが先祖の恨みを晴らすためにってなか。私はそれにも反対
I
です、ね。
don't like that.
じゃあ何？大石さんはまさかたたり派なわけ？
Yeah, what is always
そうですわ
something?
そうですわ。刑事役の大石さんが言うんですもの。たたりに決まってますわ。
Did he
劇
say
中で
that?
前原さんが言うように親代様が竜宮さんや園崎さんに乗り移って悪さをしているって考えると一番辻褄が合うんです。残念ながら。
As much as I hate to say it.
実はレナも大石さんと同じ意見なの。あんなに優しかったレナやみーちゃんが突然おかしくなるなんて、そうじゃなきゃ説明つかないもの。
Right?
そこはミオンの私が言うのも変だけど
I think that I,
やっぱり
Mion, did it.
私なんだと思う。
ミーの話の意味が分かりにくいのですよ。説明が欲しいのです。
ああ、ごめん。つまりさ、これってすっごく残酷な話なんじゃないかって思うんだよ。
何みーちゃん、それってひょっとして。
突き詰めるとそうなるのかな。僕もちょっと疑ってる。
つまり竜宮さんも園崎さんも実は本当にああいう性格で引っ越してきたばかりの前原さんを騙している悪魔なんだと。
Oh, that is a cruel story.
こういうわけですか？
そんなの嫌ですわ。
I don't like that either, Satoko.
これは全部たたりの仕業なんですのよ。レナさんもミオさんもみんな優しいいい人がいいのですの。レナもそうだな。レナやミーちゃんって本当にいい人なんだって思う。きっと劇中で出てきた厳しいシーンは何かに取りつかれてたんだって思うの。
Yeah.
レナもたたり派か。じゃあたたり派の皆さんにお聞きしますけどさ、た たたりが起こるからにはそれなりの理由があるんでしょ。
There has to be a reason
無差別
for
に
the
たたるとは
curse.
思えないな。そこんとこ説明できるの？
たたりはたたりですもの。
A curse is a curse.
人間の考えでは想像もつきませんわ。
さとこちゃん、擬人化された神様という存在は結局は人間の生み出したものなんだよ。
A personified deity is, in the end, nothing more than the creation of people.
だからその考え方も人間に理解できるようにできてる。ギリシャ神話の神様を見てごらんよ。泣いたり怒ったり嫉妬したり、とにかく人間的なんだよ。
つまりお社様もまた人間同様に何らかの利害に基づいてたたりをしている。
変な言い方になっちゃったけど、つまりはそういうこと。
触らぬ神にたたりなしって言いますからね。
Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder.
一理あります。
つまりお社様にせよ人間にせよ何か理由があるはずということなのです。でもリカ、その理由がはっきりしないならどうなりますの？
Right? Oh, that's when it sucks. It's unsatisfying conclusion.
つまりはわかんないということなのです。そうだね。まだプロローグだもんね。明かされていないことがたくさんあるだろうし。
Man.
そうだね。現時点ではこれ以上の推理は難しいね。
いんにゃ、白黒つけないと納得できないな。
Right? Same. I will not be satisfied until I understand it all.
ミオンさんもこだわりますのね。
限られた状況で最大限にちょっぴり部活感覚で面白いでしょ。
Like the club a little bit.
そう考えれば面白いかも。
じゃあ整理してみましょうか。私はたたり派です。
Okay, he thinks it was a curse.
富武さんは人間派でしたよね。
Tomitake-kun thinks it was people. That's 1 to 1.
ええ、僕は人間が犯人ってことでいきます。
私も人間犯人説。
Okay, so that's 2 for people.
もちろんたたりというファンタジーは嫌いじゃないよ。だけど今回の事件に限ってはたたりの線は薄いね。
Really? You think?
人間派が2人出ましたね。リュグさんはたたり派でしたよね。
はい。
Okay, that's 2 against 2.
レナとサトコちゃんはたたり派です。
Oh, so that's 3 against 2.
ええ、たたり派ですわよ。レナさんやミオンさんのことを悪魔みたいに言う人の方がよっぽどたたりに合うべきですの。
More befitting of a curse. Yes.
そりゃあまあ私も自分のキャラがそんな悪魔みたいなやつだとは思いたくないけどさ。部活モードの時にはクールでなき
Oh,
ゃ。
cool head when you're in club mode.
感情論だけで選ぶと大やけどするよ。
まあまあ、どっちを選んだっていいじゃないですか。
あれ、リカちゃんがまだだね。
Yeah, I want to know what Rika-chan thinks.
どっちだと思う？
Rika-chan?
僕はお社様が悪い神様だとは思わないですよ。
Okay.
あれ、面白い意見だね。
たたってばかりの悪い神様なら祀るのは嫌なのです。僕はたたるよりご利益のある神様の方が好きなのですよ。
Right? I mean, I can agree with that.
そっか、リカちゃんって巫女さんをやってるんだよね。うん、いい意見。
じゃあ何？ リカちゃんはお社様じゃないって思うなら、やっぱ犯人は人間って思うわけ？
Or is it some secret third thing?
そういうことにしますのです。
Oh man, it's 3 against 3.
ありゃまあ、票がざっくり分かれましたね。
Right? Yeah.
たたり派と人間派で半々ですか。
Rena-chan, just for reference, what did the test players who played the beta version think? Yeah, there were a lot more players who believed in the people explanation. See, right there! Our veteran comrades are cool, collected, and very observant. But the beta version only finished partway through the story. That's right! Even the people who played the beta might change their minds if they got through to the very end. What should we do? What should we do?
これじゃ意見は半々。決着がつかなくて面白くないよね。
裁判官が奇数なのはつまりそういうことだからね。
We do. We need an odd number of judges.
あと一人意見が欲しいな。
Are they gonna ask me my opinion? I have no opinion. I don't know.
あ、ならちょうどいいかな。ケイチ君本人に聞いてみない？
Oh yeah, ask Keiichi-kun.
電話で。
Let's call him.
たたり殺された本人の意見は貴重ですよ。そうと決まれば早速電話ですわ。
Let's call him. Let's see what he thinks.
もしもし、ケイチ君。レナです。今お仕事お忙しいですか？
Oh, he's at work. He's not a teenager anymore.
ああ、忙しいぞ。シナリオが1本終わって一休みって思ってたら、すぐに次のシナリオだもんな。
I forgot he's practicing his lines. That's right.
ケイちゃんどんな感じ？忙しいって？
拗ねてる。
He's moping.
聞こえてるぞ、こら。お前ら打ち上げ会で俺も出たかった。
収録の残りゼリフ数で僕たちの誰か一人でも泣いたらケイチも参加できるのですよ。
You can come if you get some character art for yourself. Jesus, Keiichi.
リカ、あの量でそれは不可能ですわ。
I mean, I know what Keiichi-kun looks like.
ごめんね、ケイチ君。今回のシナリオでね、ケイチ君、死んじゃったじゃない？
I mean, you died too, right? You died too.
犯人は誰だろうねってそういう話をしてるの。
つまりさ、ケイちゃんを殺したのは人間かお社様のたたりかってことで意見が分かれちゃってるのよ。
本当にごめんね。台本読みで忙しいところ。ケイチ君はどっちだと思うかな？
Yeah, what do you think, Keiichi-kun?
そんなの決まってんじゃねえか。
どっち？
どっちなんてもんじゃねえよ。
Isn't it? Yeah, see, didn't I say that isn't a combination of both? I said that like right at the beginning of this stupid thing. That's what I said. That's what I said. It was both. It was both.
村の怪しげな奴らに狙われて、さらにお社様とかいう怪しいのにたたられて。
Yep. Exactly, Keiichi-kun. You're right.
人間もたたりも全部。これは何かの嫌な。
Everyone's just picking on me. Oh, Keiichi-kun, everyone's just picking on you. I'm so sorry.
かわいそうかわいそうです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
結局意見が分かれちゃったね。
The opinion's still split.
私ももう一度考え直してみます。
Alright.
見落としがあるかもしれませんので。
No, I think it's by Furley and the boat. I like that.
日暮らしの泣く頃に水をお楽しみくださいね。
Okay. Bum, bum, bum. I think it's over. I think it's over. That was like the longest stream I've ever done. Oh my gosh. Is it over? Is it over? Yay, I did it! Enjoy the after party. I wonder how many, like, achievements I've gotten. Let me take a look. Let me switch over to this, though. Because, been streaming a long time. Holy crap, I don't think I've ever streamed that much. Let's see, library. Oh, there we go, okay. Oh, what's the one I don't have? Oh, read all tips. I haven't read all the tips yet. Got everything else, though. I just haven't read all the tips. That's okay. That's okay, I'll do that. I'll do that off stream. I'll do that off stream. Because I need a break. I need a break. I need a break, and this is usually my day off. Because I have to get up early, so I'm tired. I'm tired. I have to get up early for work on Fridays. But, yes. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm not sure if I'll be on this weekend. My next scheduled stream will be Monday, at noon Central Time. So if you're around, definitely come hang out with me. I usually stream twice on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, once on Thursdays, and then Friday's my off day, and then I stream as available on Saturday and Sunday. Which it depends on what my friends are doing and what I feel like doing and how much sleep I need and all that stuff. Real life stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Man, that was intense. That was intense. Now I need to rewatch the anime to see how the anime really compares to the game now that I've played the game. I know the anime covers like all of the chapters of Higurashi. Where did I put Steam? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how much the anime covers of those. If it's like, but at least the first season of the anime, because there's like several seasons. And I haven't watched all of them. I think I've just really watched the first one, maybe the second one. But anyway, yeah. You can't find the first season, like, at least in America on streaming services, so, you know, if you know how to get anime outside of streaming services, you'll have to do that. At least in the United States, because I guess distribution contracts or something must have expired. It used to be available, but it's not anymore, so it's a bummer. But yeah, I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it this weekend, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, again, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Love you guys. Let's pick someone to raid. Let's see who is around. Who am I following that's around? Anybody? Let's see. Oh, this other person's playing Higurashi too. They're in chapter 6. Chapter 6. Should I go raid them? Yeah, let's go. Let's pick them. Let's go! All right. They raided me previously, so we'll go raid them. And it'll be lots of fun. All right, you guys, thank you so much again for watching, hanging out with me, chatting with me. I appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea. And I'll see you at the very latest on Monday. All right, thank you so much again for hanging out with me. Bye. It's over. Bye.